I have the times relative thing when the timer runs out. And it's like, I don't know. It's just a stupid saying. And I talk about time scheduling, you know what, whatever. Alright, so like cults in America, they're like totally out of control. It's like insanity. It's like Andrew, whatever the fuck his name is. Is he actually from someone that worked at the CIA? Or is he just like a plant? I don't know. I don't care. But whatever. I hate the CIA. They like, it's an organized, it's kind of like the Illuminati. It's like a name that you can throw around, even though it's not even that like organization. And they just like tie everything to it. Because it's like, hey, blah, 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 blah. And then like the actual organization isn't even that, you know what, whatever. Everything's just fucking insanity. And then the guy that runs Google, whatever, he like changed the like stupid slogan of Google from "Don't be evil" to like "Do the right thing." I don't know. These people are insane.
Services as part of the agency's Cold War efforts to investigate. Operation Often was initiated.
So I'm like program and something is up with the freaking video. You know what? Whatever. I'm gonna try to program. I gotta like whatever. I gotta get something done today. Not stall on random stuff.
Around 1967 and 1968 by Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, head of the CIA's Technical Services Division, as part of the agency's Cold War efforts to investigate unconventional methods for intelligence gathering, behavioral manipulation, and psychological warfare. Often was a successor or parallel to MK Ultra, which famously tested LSD and other drugs on unwitting subjects, but it shifted focus toward the esoteric and supernatural. The program's official mandate, per declassified memos, was to, quote, explore the world of black magic and, quote, harness the forces of darkness, end quote, to determine if occult forces could be weaponized for operational use, such as influencing minds, predicting events, or disrupting enemies. It challenged the idea that the inner reaches of the mind are beyond reach, blending pharmacology with mysticism. Testing occurred at facilities including hospitals, prisons, and universities, often involving animal and human subjects. Recruitment of occult practitioners, CIA operatives, including Gottlieb, consulted and recruited a wide array of individuals such as fortune tellers, palm readers, clairvoyants, astrologers, mediums, psychics, demonologists, witches, warlocks, and Satanists. These consultations aimed to test whether rituals, spells, or invocations could produce verifiable effects, like inducing hallucinations, altering behavior, or gaining intelligence insight.
The intelligence agency is fucking insane. Insanity. Like, oh my god.
Imagine being able
These ads are ridiculous.
to build an app with your name on it. Just
Imagine being able to make like build an app that doesn't like cost an arm and a leg, or doesn't like involve pulling your hair out because you gotta develop it. That's not gonna exist. Well, it will at some point. Just imagine that, but that doesn't exist. No, because everything's run by fucking idiots.
by thinking about it. Meet
Make something just by thinking about it. The fuck does that even mean?
Base 44, a complete AI creation
What is that, like base 2 or base 16? What the fuck is base 44?
platform. Describe what you want.
The world is full of the dumbest idiots.
and watch it take shape.
Yeah, it's gonna take the shape of something fat and bloated.
How crazy
Like your mom.
is what you just read? Like it's
I like how this guy, he's like the CIA guy. If he is even like at the CIA, I would assume he is. Or he's just like a public, like, whatever you call it. He's like,
how crazy is what you just read? Like
he says, how crazy is what you just read? Damn, that's golden.
it's not unheard of for the time.
And then he puts a time frame on it. He says it's not unheard of for the time, as if there's a time when that was acceptable when it was occurring and now it's not. But he doesn't say that they're not doing that now. He just says that was known at the time. Time keeps moving, but things don't change.
But where we're sitting right now, like we were trying to weaponize the inner mind.
It's fucking insanity.
It's not
Ritual spells, psychics, demonologists, palm readers, clairvoyants, astrologers, occult practitioners, at facilities including hospitals, prisons, and universities with mysticism. Signs predicting events or disrupting enemies. It challenged the idea that the inner
So like the CIA or whatever the fuck organization that they grouped up under, that fucking paid money to psychics or like cult groups to get info. How fucking insane. So then you could like, it'd be profitable to start a cult. You could get paid money to get people and then give money to the government when there's people going around for information. What the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? This is actual insanity. The government is like fucking dumb.
reaches of the mind are beyond reach, blending pharmacology.
How does this even get passed? Like, does this go through Congress or some shit? They're like, hey, we gotta invest in psychics. Like, what the fuck?
Mysticism. Testing occurred at facilities including
In testing, that means they paid money to test shit on people. So they give people acid and they're like, hey, what happened? Are you fucking kidding me? You're paying money to give people acid trips. Like, what the fuck is this? Why do we even pay taxes? What the hell?
prisons, and universities, often involving animal and human subjects. Recruitment of occult
Recruitment.
practitioners. CIA operatives, including Gottlieb, consulted and recruited a wide array of individuals such as fortune tellers, palm readers,
What the fuck are you gonna do with fortune readers, palm readers, and like fortune tellers? Were they gonna like look into like the fucking crystal ball and then what? Tell you when he went here? What the hell? Is the government really that stupid? Alright, the government's either like fucking incompetent as fuck, or there's people that run cults and they're like, hey, let's like trick the government into like giving us money and we'll like tell their fortune. Someone's tricking someone and what the fuck?
astrologers, mediums, psychics, demonologists.
What the hell is a demonologist gonna do for the government? What even? The CIA. And then the CIA does dumb shit and they're like, hey, that's a conspiracy. Oh, that's a conspiracy. And then they're like doing this shit. And then the fucking UFO shit, where it's like it's like a car on a road, on the driveway, at night, and it's driving, and there's several cars, and they're like, hey, look, there's orbs in the sky. It's like, no, you fucking took a video of a car on the driveway. Not on the driveway, on a driveway, on a fucking road. Driving towards the camera, and the lights are on. And it's in black and white. There's no UFO. Everything is fucking insanity. Just the dumbest shit ever.
Witches.
And the annoying thing is the money. Someone is always getting paid money. There are so many people that actually do things that could get paid for what they do. But no, the money is going to like these fucking morons. What the actual fuck?
Warlocks, and Satanists.
What even is a warlock? What the hell? The CIA paid money to warlocks? What the fuck is a warlock?
A warlock is traditionally a practitioner of magic who derives their powers from a pact or bargain with another worldly entity. The term is most commonly used in mythology, fantasy literature, and tabletop role-playing games.
What the fuck is the government smoking? What the hell? They are so incompetent.
These consultations aim to test
They paid money for consultations with these people, and they pay money for information on people in the cults. And what the actual hell? I guess there's money to be made. It's America, I guess.
rituals, spells, or invocations could
Is this because churches don't pay taxes and they're like, hey, you know what? If churches aren't gonna pay taxes, we're gonna give money to like fucking like cults and shit. And then that'll be the tax for the churches not paying taxes. It's like the opposite.
produce, verify,
So you can like run a cult and get paid by the government, probably the amount that a church would pay in taxes. Or you can run a church and then not pay taxes. That does actually kind of make sense.
effects, like inducing hallucinations, altering behavior, or gaining intelligence insights.
What intelligence are you gonna get from some dude on acid? Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell?
How crazy is
And then he's like, how crazy is that? Can you believe that?
you just read? Like, it's
What you just read. So he's using the word you. Because he's like trying to like fucking. What you said, he's like framing it, whatever.
it's not unheard of for the
And they says it's so like. It's not that shocking. People have heard of this.
time.
But for the time, as if the times change, as if that's not happening now.
But where we're sitting right now,
Which is in time. What are they outside of space and time? No, time changes, except nothing else does. It's just time keeps moving, nothing changes. So they're sitting as if, like, what? Nothing's changed. This shit still goes on. There's a dumb people. The dumbest people are running things. The dumbest.
like
And there's so many people making money from these dumb people. I'm gonna figure out how to make all their money. It's gonna be my money.
trying to weaponize the inner mind.
Yes, and
What the fuck does that even mean? Weaponize the inner mind? What? What's that SpongeBob episode? Oh, here it is. I think this is it.
Within, the power within,
The power within. The power within.
the power within. The power within.
Like the fucking CIA, the government, they're fucking paying money. It has to be a SpongeBob episode. Oh my god, everything is so stupid.
the point that I was going to get to is in the mindset that everything is war, they were, the intelligence, the intelligence apparatus was willing to investigate dark magic, black magic, occult power, consulting Satanists, consulting these dark rituals to see if they could weaponize it. And of course, who knows what ended up happening to that. Eventually the program was stopped, but
No, it wasn't. Are you fucking kidding me? Once you get that government money doesn't end. Everyone knows that.
maybe, like
Oh, and then he says maybe, because it's like, yeah, no, it didn't stop.
continue. Did they find some success? There's obviously like,
Everything is so stupid. Like, it is fucking insanity. And then when you try to like waste time figuring out what the fuck is fuck, it's like, oh my god, this is insane. What even?
circles within circles of what gets continually.
So like, was this guy actually at the CIA? That could be a lie, who knows? But he is really good at twisting things around and wording things and framing things. So it makes me think he might actually have been. So I don't know, whatever, what do I know?
Classified or not shared. I don't know how that system works. You probably know better than me. But one way or another, they were testing the dark forces. But where is the idea to test, like, what happens if we actually test the light forces, the angelic forces, the power of God, to actually unify people and to help them make better decisions? It just seems like this is because of the mindset, which is
And then he talks about scarcity and how the US government runs off scarcity. You know what, whatever, I'm gonna shut up, play this, I got a program. I have this stupid stack thing. You know, I'm just gonna like, I'm gonna get something done, I'm gonna shut up and program. But yesterday, I totally forgot. I was like writing whatever. And I forgot to increment the counter. So it's like bit masking, all stuff, and then like I totally missed the fact that it's increment. Alright, so now I gotta like actually write code today and then run it. Not just like keep planning it out, because it's impossible to plan something out. Nothing ever fucking goes to plan. Ever. Ever, ever.
thing is war. We, including, just speaking broadly for the US and our intelligence apparatus, we were willing to test these occult magical practices, which are highly disruptive to the brain. You start tapping into this, you play on the dark side. From all of my psychedelic plant medicine experiences, it's highly confusing and disruptive. You have to be very mindful, if you actually start to engage with like the dark side of the force, to use like a Star Wars term. Like, it's not something to be trifled with, nor something that anybody who has any sense even messes with. But because everybody also knows there's the light side, and that's actually where you can find your own personal fulfillment, and you can also provide massive healing. What seems to be necessary is a fundamental shift. Like, okay, if we're willing to test, the powers of these dark forces for war, what about the powers of goodness and love and beauty and truth? What effect will that have on a population if we want our population to actually thrive? It seems like we're at a place where if we're willing to test the darkness, we got to test the light, and we got to actually see what that experiment, how that might run. And even Israel, like, what would have happened if they took this, as a horrible atrocity, what happened to them? Unspeakable things happened, and hostages were taken, etc. And they've gone on the course that they've gone on. But as Charles Eisenstein points to, what would have happened if they just said, this horrible thing happened, and this is the state of the world. We have to do something about it. and we forgive, those that have transgressed us in these horrible ways, but we trust in God and love to actually heal. Like, what would have changed and rippled through the world? But that's not in the game theory strategy of our powers. The game theory of, trusting love, God, beauty, goodness.
Advantage and identify your hidden blind spot. This test was developed to help you weaponize your natural born gifts and use them to
I love the propaganda. Oh, it's amazing. It's beautiful. Oh, the propaganda. America.
ahead of 99% of people in power, wealth, and purpose. It was also designed to make sure that you can protect yourself.
Yeah. The bottom right bubble guy is annoying. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta put something there. I can make it partly transparent, maybe. I'm trying to do this without my face for now, and then I'll show my face later. I need people to think, oh, he doesn't want to show his face. There must be something wrong. No, whatever. And it's so much easier without fucking like having to sit here and like freaking. Yeah. When I get this stupid JavaScript standard, I'll have the freaking camera on. Like green screen, and then the lights, and then fucking the heat, and then freaking like, oh, it's so annoying. That might actually be more annoying. I'll just leave it like that. I'm programming in C, or not C, JavaScript. Do you program in JavaScript? Who doesn't program in JavaScript? I need to get something done. Alright, so like I'm making a lexical parser. And I'll like paste when I'm done. The whole thing, whatever, so you can like copy paste it, use it. Because like parsing code is like a huge security vulnerability. And like it's like the number one way things get exploited. So like program software, they already have so many logical bugs. But then on top of it, the parsing is where people get in. Because people don't know how to parse. And it's really not that complicated, but it is very complex. So I'm trying to break it down to like steps or whatever in JavaScript, because JavaScript doesn't have GoTo. So I'm trying to break it down into like a way that'll work in the shittiest language. Because then I'll run in other ones and can be converted whatever easy. So I need a calling it an engine is kind of weird because everyone uses engine so like generically. So I made a JavaScript assembler, whatever. But it's in C language. I still gotta get to assembly like 9 years ago something. And it's 32-bit, so I gotta finish converting it to 64-bit. I was on Windows, so I gotta run it on Linux. I need a shader program that involves a GPU. So I'm like making this parser for the GPU because I gotta make nodes and I gotta convert to C language. I gotta code generate for C language, so I'm using JavaScript to do that. I got these spinning quads on the GPU. And this is extremely boring. I mean, it's just spinning quads. That's like the most boring thing ever. I made Shrek 2. Unless Shrek's copyrighted, then it's not Shrek, it's a generic ogre. So I want to get the ogre on the GPU. And I have nodes, or whatever, I have a node set up whatever. I have a time scheduler and I want to make nodes. I need to connect the nodes to the time scheduler and it is very complicated. Alright, so like JavaScript doesn't necessarily suck. There's actually like a whole bunch of performance in JavaScript actually. Like tons of performance you can get. If you actually know how to program and make a assembler or whatever. So this is messed up. I gotta fix it. I was fixing the side of the face and messed up the front. So if you mix this one with the other one, that's Shrek. But like somewhere between, this is too not. Shrek looks more like a human, not like a freaking monster, which is weird. So I want to get this on the GPU. And just get this done. Because I need a shader program to like distort the screen so I can work on the JavaScript engine without showing the source code. If that makes sense. Alright, so like JavaScript sucks, but it doesn't. Alright, so in JavaScript, you can't get alright, so technically speaking, there are a bunch of holes in this language, and you can get the address, but that wouldn't be useful in any way. But technically, you're not supposed to be able to get the address. Except it's just so poorly designed that, like, fucking anything's possible. I think it's called a boxed language. But basically, in JavaScript, if you make an object or like whatever, or even if you make a variable, if you do something like this, you have like var0 or whatever. You do like var x plus var y. You can't get the address of any of these. That like, there is so much optimization you can do. It's insane the amount of like performance you can get. And you can't do that in C language. In C language, if I show the source code, you could copy paste it and just do everything I did in my engine and steal it. So I gotta like work on it and then not show source code. And then, so like, all these things run JavaScript.
Desktop apps. Many major desktop apps use Electron, Visual Studio Code, Discord, Slack, Postman, Obsidian, Microsoft Teams. Whole desktop UI equals HTML, CSS, JS. Smart TVs. Many TV interfaces. Samsung Tizen apps. LG WebOS apps, HTML plus JS apps internally, Netflix TV apps heavily JS-based, car dashboards, some infotainment systems, embedded Chromium, JS UI layers, React-based dashboards, parts of Tesla UI stack use web tech, ATMs kiosks, many, airport kiosks, self-checkout systems, restaurant ordering systems, run Chromium plus JS app full screen, streaming devices, Roku channels apps, smart TV apps, set-top box UIs, often JS-driven, medical systems, hospital dashboards, scheduling systems, monitoring UIs, frequently, browser app, local Electron shell, node backend, aircraft systems, not flight critical control, but maintenance tools, cabin entertainment, scheduling dashboards, often web stack, game launchers, Steam web components, Battle.net, Epic Games Launcher, large JS UI layers, embedded devices, routers, admin panels JS, printers, web dashboards JS, security cameras, config UI JS, NAS systems, Synology QNAP interfaces, giant JS apps, IDES developer tools, massive ecosystem, AS tooling, parsers, bundlers, transpilers, written in JSTS, Babel, ESLint, Prettier, TypeScript compiler, even parsing other languages, servers, people forget, Node.js runs, APIs, auth systems, chat servers, streaming infra, build systems, automation, entire companies backend JS now, weird places, casino machines, digital billboards, subway train displays, hotel TVs, crypto wallets, drone control dashboards, robot UIs, industrial monitoring systems.
Okay, so all those things run JavaScript. So I like to think I can predict the future, but I can't. I thought JavaScript would die, and it didn't. So I like made an engine like 9 years ago. It took like 2 years to make, because I was writing stuff like way too complicated for the browser. I was basically code generating like I am right now, and I pushed Chrome to the limit, and it couldn't handle it. So I had to waste 2 years making my own engine for my own shit. And there is so much optimization to be done. It's literally, you can't really compare it to C, Except if you took, you could take the C++ runtime and then convert. It's not comparable. What I have is like an assembler and engine. You can't just make like generic structures in C language. It doesn't support all of the stuff you need. You need some kind of library. And I don't know, my library is the fastest. It's not really a library though. It's complicated. It's like JIT times a billion, where the whole thing becomes JITted. So all those things run JavaScript, and there's tons of optimization in JavaScript. Because you can't get the address. And there's like the scope. There's like a whole bunch of potential with JavaScript. But it has these couple of things that make it extra sucky. So like nan. Oh, I hate nan. So my engine, I don't have nan. So I had to like adjust my JavaScript code to make sure I don't have nan. And then I folded that with some other like types or whatever. And I have to put nan back at some point. So all these things run JavaScript. And then I need a translation layer. So I can slip my engine right in the middle. And I can take Google's spot. Because Google is in a spot right now. And I'm going to take it and it's going to be mine. Because companies, they need to make money. Cults, they need to make money. Everything runs off money. He needs to make money. Andrew, whatever the fuck his name is.
Against those who created a natural born spies.
Strategy of our powers. The game theory of, trusting, love, God.
I need to get the chat on the screen. I can't see the computer from over there. These are really complicated. Alright, so like... by optimization, I mean at the code level. And then... or the assembly code, or machine code level. And what does not being able to get the address do for you? I like to think in like domains or whatever, but technically whatever, not really domains. Abstract interpretation. Alright, do you know like do you know assembly code or whatever? If you learn assembly, that's like the only thing you need to know. And then you can apply that to what you know on top of that. And then you'll like know quite a bit. can't just run this. Let me try this one. Well, what the hell is this? Okay, so if you know assembly, then it's not a waste of time. I'm writing an operating system, also, and I'm gonna support 6502 fucking MOS, all the CPUs, and ARM, and fucking like I want to like resurrect every fucking old computer, and then like the PS1, you can run your own operating system on it. You gotta like pull off a couple chips and then write to them. So I don't know. Technically, yes, it is a waste of time. Currently, if you want to make money, because no one runs a freaking 6502. The OS, I don't know, I'm making an OS for like to like compete with like Microsoft and Linux and Apple. There's an online simulator, but you said you already know, so I don't know, whatever. So I'm gonna ask chat about whatever the advantage of not being able to have the address of a variable. Because of code or whatever. So I have a time scheduler system, whatever. And I'm gonna have samples per second. And I'm gonna run freaking like chunks of code at that samples per second. Because Unity game engine, it has a physics update or whatever. And it's supposed to be like that many times per second, but it's not. So you gotta wrap the thing in a loop, and you gotta like check to make sure that that many actually ran per second. And then Unity is in C#, and that's like the world's worst programming language. It is terrible. It is so slow. Freaking C# is hell. So I want to like make a time scheduler to fine tune video games. Like actually have fine tuning, whatever. And then I need nodes. So like Shrek node or Lord Farquaad or Gingerbread Man. I don't know, Shrek's funny. I just need to make something. So like sound node, controller node, GPU shader, C language node. I want to have nodes as entities, but I want to have entities that have entities, not components. So I need a entity system, node structure system. That's what I need JavaScript I'm doing right now. I gotta get the parser done for. To parse some code and then make the node that goes to the data structure. That goes to the time scheduler. Because when you write code, it gets converted to machine code. And then it also gets time scheduled. Well, it depends on the exact context. If this is C language, what you could do is this. Okay, not this exactly. Except what you can do is you can get the address of a variable in memory. So C language can't really optimize shit. C language looks at the code and it's like, okay, we can only do so much optimization. Except in JavaScript, you can't get the address. So this isn't possible. So in JavaScript land, there is so much optimization. You can get every single variable, every single place in memory is accessed, and every single place is known. So you can know all these places in advance, and you can like restructure the entire fucking order of operations. Like to like the extreme whatever. It's like the CPU has pipelining and shit. Because the CPU is fucking simulated, it's fake as hell. And JavaScript tends to have a really poorly written code that actually is highly like freaking like parallelizable, whatever, just by accident, because it's how poorly it has to be written also. If this is like code whatever, and there's like an operation up here, since every single location is known and it's known that the address won't be taken and you won't be like accessing random places in memory, and it's all like explicit whatever, there's something called like pure functions. There's like a whole bunch of like different like optimization techniques and like concepts that can be applied directly to JavaScript. So like if this code here, whatever, I don't want to write up different code for each one, it'll take too long. But you could like reorder the entire thing, and like if for whatever reason it happens to be faster to put this stuff up here, or put that thing down there, or like put this thing over here, or like group things together, because the address isn't known to the programmer, because you can't just get the address, but you can restructure the entire thing to like the freaking like the most optimal structuring, whatever, and you can like collapse the arguments, the operations, the whole thing down to like the fucking like bare minimum needed to compute it, and then the computation ends up being like this much work instead of like this much work. Because right now they convert to C language and they don't check the variables. Well, they do to some extent, but not really. They don't check the variables, group them up, reposition them, reorganize them, find common operations, and then remove them, and then make an actual like really optimal blob. They just pass it to the C compiler and they're like, hey, do the best. So they end up with something like this slow. When theoretically, it could be like fucking like this slow, which is like a lot faster than what they have. What is your JIT optimize better than the V8 engine? Well, it optimizes this better. And then, I can't say exactly specifically. It'd be way too specific. But basically, I do like these, and then I'm gonna go assembly too, so I can like go further with whatever I have, whatever. You know, assembly. There's some things like I didn't do yet that I want to try, and this is kind of one of them. Like picking a variable like y or something. like that, and then like assuming those are all the same variable, even though they're not technically. They're like whatever, but color coded. Like if all the green ones or whatever, I want to try saving a table, whatever, and then saving the position of these variables. This program sucks. It's not working. Except when the variable changes, if it doesn't change that often, update all these locations individually, set the value like statically, instead of like having to like get the value from a freaking whatever. Because some things can be broken down to like an immediate value if it's like computed or if it's const or whatever. But then it depends, so I don't know, whatever. So like constant time. I personally think of it as like worst case timing, where you know in advance the worst case scenario and you know exactly how long the slowest time will be. And you can guarantee that it's going to be never longer than the slowest possible time and never always faster than that. And then when it is worst case, it's like, hey, it's worst case, but we know how fast it is. That's not how lots of people define it right now, so I don't know, whatever. Because technically speaking, the actual technical definition for constant time is way too technical. Except it's not, so yeah. Oh, and then there's also like tail call recursion. Oh, there's so many. Where did the window go? What's the WC at? Oh, C moves are slow. And then the thing about immediate values, they're not always faster than just like loading from memory, because the CPU is memory bound. So sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. That's why I like test that stuff, whatever. And then it runs it different on different CPUs. So on CPUs where it's faster to use immediate values in the pipeline, have the engine, the JonsScript assembler, adjust for that CPU specifically for its code generated output. And then the ones that it doesn't, I can like adjust the code output for that CPU. Because this is a first gen i7. Because I believe in getting what you pay for. So even if you bought a first gen i7 freaking like 17 years ago, programs should still run optimally on that computer. That's what I believe. Nobody else believes that, so whatever. You can make money from division, and you can also make money from unification or whatever. And the cost is minimal if you like do it correctly. To support a whole bunch of things instead of like supporting one specific thing. Where's the about system? i7 860 280. This is the i9, and this is first gen i7. So it is a lot slower. Only like a quarter slower. And then if it's overclocked, well, I burn CPUs out, so you know what, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, it's 16 years, not 17. So this is a 16-year-old i7. So I made the JavaScript engine like 9 years ago on this CPU on purpose because this CPU has a bunch of like they correct things with the cache pipeline, all that stuff in the newer ones. So this CPU exposes all the things where the CPU lacks. And then if it runs on this CPU, it's going to run on all the new ones. But I still have to add support for the new ones, the new instruction sets. So it's not like I'm going to like write it for this one and then not also update stuff. But if it runs on this one and it runs really good, it's going to run even better on the new ones. Because they're just a modification of this original one. Why would I share the source code? Of course I'd hide it. If I shared it, everyone could just copy paste it and say, hey, look what I did. It's like, no, you did not spend 2 years doing what I did. That'd be really annoying if, yeah. So like, I'm not sharing it. I'm gonna like make a product you can buy and then use it. Except sharing it would be ridiculous. It doesn't benefit anyone except GPT and the people who want to benefit off the system. Oh, WCE. Worst case, okay. I thought you were saying like it's like a cache program. Because they have programs to like track the cache, but they don't really work very good. So like these are all the like optimizations, whatever, that I end up with in my engine, whatever.
Code folding, constant time, restrict addressing, temporal addressing, write back buffers, read ahead, compression, avoiding raw, instruction reordering, explicit controlled memory aliasing, finite state machines, binary arithmetic, Boolean truth tables, pure functions memorization, actual caching, loop hoisting, loop interweaving, tail call recursion. Tail call recursion.
That's like the fancy one. Like a language that does that and supports it fully. That's how you know like a language knows what they're doing. That's why C language can't do it. Or C++.
How fast would a JS engine be if the JIT compiler was not in C, and it was able to deduce the most efficient way to refactor the code internally for fine-tuning and precise exactuation on the count and profile to figure out what runs best on the specific CPU? Instead of a generic binary that is static and applies across the assumed family of CPUs because the CPU has disabled cores and parts. And they do not always run exactly the same to the spec based on the technically CPU and how it was BINET and stuff.
You can't really optimize. Finite state machines are like, they're not the optimal solution. They're like, what's it called? The scientific method where you like prove something and then you're like, ta-da, meet the hypothesis or whatever. If it runs in a finite state machine, then it's like, okay, these are exact edge cases, this is exactly how it's going to run, and this is evidence that whatever. And then you can take that and you can optimize it and remove the machine part and get some better code or whatever, and then make it match to the actual CPU structure. Yeah, proof of concept or whatever, yeah. Because like if you write code and it's not in a programs basically like break down to like tables in the end. Except tables are not optimal because the CPU doesn't run tables. The CPU runs off tables in memory, but they're not technically tables, and it does SMD. Except it runs off instructions, so like it's easier to turn a table into instructions than it is to turn a freaking symbol tree into instructions. And if you can make a finite state machine, you can like easier or more easily convert that to like the most optimal path of instructions to remove the finite state machine that contains a thing or whatever, because a finite state machine has an overhead and it's not always optimal. If there's a bunch of states and if they can be adjusted and modified to like fit in the cache or whatever, And the cache is like really fucking tiny.
Short answer. Absurdly fast in some workloads. Tiny gain in others. Physics plus memory wall still king.
I like how chatbot says that.
Physics plus memory wall still king.
Because like JavaScript just destroys the cache. It's like, what cache? And it fucking runs as slow as possible.
Physics plus memory wall still king.
And then fucking GPU, the API stuff. Not API, AI stuff. The memory wall between the fucking like bandwidth of the fucking GPU. They're like fucking like at the max and they're pushing it and they're not even like efficiently using the fucking GPU. I asked chatbot this really specific question. I have this here.
Temporal addressing. Write back buffers. Read ahead.
And then also compression.
Compression.
So if you compress the data, and if you use temporal addressing for things that need to be updated right away to the memory directly, so it doesn't go to the cache because you know it doesn't need to be in the cache. And you skip the cache, it's like, hey, just fucking put it to the RAM. It ends up being faster because it doesn't waste time in the cache, polluting the cache lines. And I also mention
Write back buffers. Read ahead.
this is really specific. And then it says this,
Physics plus memory wall still king.
as if I wasn't actually getting at that and how I asked it. And it says, oh yeah, they already do this. No, they do not. They're retarded.
Modern JS engines like V8 JavaScript engine, SpiderMonkey, JavaScript core already do many things listed.
By ghost variables, do you mean references to another thing? Or do you mean like because yeah, that's correct. Except in JavaScript, I think, well, JavaScript is so poorly designed. I think like ghost variables in JavaScript will take up extra space or whatever. Or there'll be a pointer to some other place that's not in the cache. And destroy the cache.
A ghost variable is not needed for the program to execute. and will not be compiled into object code. Typically, they are declared with a ghost modifier.
Yeah, JavaScript doesn't have anything for that. I guess you can make it constant. You can be like, please, like, make this actually constant and make it a ghost variable. And then, like, it probably wouldn't do it. Alright, so I think, yeah. If that is what a ghost variable is. But yeah, you're right, yeah.
JML provides ghost declarations and various JML-only statements for this purpose. The JML set statement permits assignments and computation.
So that's what the language you use. Along with others, but like, I don't know. JavaScript ends up being mine. I'd like to write everything in assembly. So Java.
Verify your Java programs with JML. The Java modeling language, JML, is a mature program specification language with more than 2 decades of history.
Java is so slow. Like reading the Java specifications documents, it's kind of like hysterical.
Java docs on switch statements.
This stuff is so not optimal. And the website doesn't even load. It's not even worth reading. I think Java is worse than JavaScript. Also, because the guy that runs it was like involved with the CAA. This guy's retarded. Like straight up. He's just as dumb as fucking like Sam Altman.
Lawrence Joseph Ellison, born August 17, 1944, is an American businessman. He co-founded the software company Oracle Corporation and was its CEO from 1977 to 2014. He now serves as its CTO and executive chairman.
You don't have to be intelligent to be a businessman.
Till Larry Ellison's Oracle started as a CIA project, Today Learned, www.reddit.com, Today Learned, comments, Till Larry Ellison's Oracle Street, August 24, 2021. Oracle supposedly shares a name with the 1977 project. That project was CIA funded under the name Oracle, which Larry Ellison had worked on while at Ampex.
The government's like the need to control. It's insanity. It is fucking insane. The government is insane. Everything is so fake. It's being run by the dumbest people. Oh, Ada Spark. In Rust. Okay, I haven't done Rust yet. What's SMT? Man, Google sucks. SMTs, is that where you like try to solve some solution in like a certain number of states or whatever? Or complexity.
An SMT, satisfiability modulo theories, solver is an advanced mathematical reasoning engine that determines whether a formal logical formula is satisfiable, generalized to include data types like integers, arrays, bit vectors, and strings. It automates theorem proving and is widely used in software verification, compiler optimization, and automated testing.
Did you ask about Prolog last time? I think last month, someone asked if I was programming in Prolog. I'm gonna have to look into it.
The easiest way to get a grasp on how SMT solvers work was to build a SAT solver myself, and experiment with it until I understood how to encode things.
Because it sounds like it's like a program you run, not like a thing you do. It's like a thing you run.
An advanced mathematical reasoning engine that determines.
So like that means like humans are SMT solvers. Because like if I made my JavaScript engine run this fast compared to like Node.js that like takes this long, it means like my SMT reasoning is way better than these guys. If mine can get done in like that much time faster. If that is the difference. It is like extreme, but maybe not that exactly. Or maybe a little bit more. Like multiples of times faster is hard to like write up. It's like, and it's gonna be multiples of times faster than it is right now once I update it and add some more updates. It's be like freaking like this fast, I would assume. So like my engine would take this long. To run, and then V8 takes this long. That's a big difference. Companies, they gotta make money to run. They make so much money. Because all these things run on JavaScript. So if I get my engine to slip right in between and take their place, bam.
Desktop apps. Many major desktop apps use Electron, Visual Studio Code, Discord, Slack, Postman, Obsidian, Microsoft Teams. Whole desktop UI equals HTML, CSS, JS. Smart TVs. Many TV interfaces. Samsung Tizen apps. LG WebOS apps. HTML plus JS apps internally. Netflix.
What's the definition of paranoid? Yeah, no, I'm not paranoid. I'm just playing a game. I'm the opposite of paranoid. Is I'm manipulative, but not in a bad way. And then he actually had schizophrenia, I think. He took medication. So he wasn't, he wasn't actually paranoid. I have ADHD. I'm not schizoid.
Paranoid equals extreme suspicion. Belief others may watch, harm, deceive, target, conspire can mean mild personality trait, temporary fear stress, severe mental condition. Examples: paranoid coworker thinks everyone against him, paranoid about privacy online. Paranoid delusion equals false belief despite evidence. Related: distrust, hypervigilance, suspicion, conspiracy thinking.
So I like people to think. Everybody loves a crazy guy. It'd be so much easier if I was crazy. That'd be awesome.
Clinical extreme, paranoid personality disorder, or paranoia within, schizophrenia.
Was it Terry Davis? Hey, that guy. And then he his death was suspicious. I don't actually believe in conspiracies unless it's printed out and it's like, hey, it's true, like this stuff. Like this guy works for CIA. Or is he lying? And if you think he's lying, are you a conspiracy theorist? Because right here,
Beauty, goodness.
If you haven't discovered your natural born spy skills, then somebody else might be using theirs against you.
right here, he's selling a product. He's like, hey, I worked at the CIA, I know stuff. So is he lying? And if you think he's lying, does that make you a conspiracy theorist? In this stuff, is this a lie? Because he says it's true. In a second here.
Within circles of what gets continually classified or not shared. I don't know how that system works. You probably know better than me. But one way or another,
Is what you just read. Like it's not unheard of for
gaining intelligence insights.
how crazy is what you just read. Like it's not unheard of for the time, but where we're sitting right now, like we were trying to weaponize the inner mind.
Like SpongeBob.
The power within. The power within.
The power within. The power within.
The power within. The power within. The power
Oh, there's a chicken? That's awesome.
within. The power within. The power within. The power within.
It's like the fucking government.
Verifiable effects, like inducing hallucinations, altering behavior, or gaining intelligence insights.
Just read. Like it's
Test whether rituals, spells, or invocations, demonologists, witches, warlocks, and Satanists. These consultations aim to test whether rituals, spells, or
Consultations means the CIA was paying money to cults and fucking demonologists and warlocks. Is that a conspiracy, or is the CIA releasing fake information?
invocations could produce verifiable effects, like inducing hallucinations, altering behavior, or gaining intelligence insights.
How crazy is what you just read? Like, it's
So I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think like what he said was probably actually released, and he works for the CIA. So either they're both lying, or one's lying. But if one's lying, then the other one's not, which is like a half lie, which is still not a lie. There's some truth to it. So I don't know, whatever.
And somebody else might be using theirs against
Game theory.
quiz to help you unlock your secret psychological.
So when I said I'm manipulative, I don't mean like manipulative. I just mean like I can't be manipulated, whatever. Or you know, whatever. I would not pay for this anyways. That'd be you know what, whatever.
Terry Davis had schizophrenia.
So he had like an act. It wasn't just paranoid. It was like a whole thing. I think his family like disowned him or something too. Okay, yeah, no, I don't know. I was just like, yeah. Well, like, I don't know what prologue is. I didn't even know that was a thing. But you're talking about SMT, and that's in the same category as prologue. SMT solver. Yeah. So like on Twitch, everyone writes JavaScript. But on YouTube, it seems like more people know about SMT solvers and Prolog, and I've never heard of these things. So like on Twitch, people, because I streamed like a while ago, nobody really talks about the more interesting stuff like this. They just talk about JavaScript, JavaScript, JavaScript. And they'll argue like, oh, you can't have JavaScript unless it's bytecode. And they'll fucking like be like, if it's not in bytecode, it's not JavaScript. And then you can run it, you can show them it's faster, and they'll be like, that's not a JavaScript engine, even though it's in JavaScript syntax. If it's not bytecode, technically it's not JavaScript. And it's like, oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Are you dumb? So like Twitch and YouTube have different audiences. The people on YouTube seem to be a bit bright or whatever. That's toxic for me to say that, because I'm like trying to trigger someone on Twitch if they're watching. I need to not be toxic. It's so tempting.
Yes, Terry A. Davis publicly said he had schizophrenia, and reports from people close to him described long-term severe symptoms consistent with it.
So like his family like disowned him, his parents and his dad. His mom and his dad, whatever. I really hope they feel guilty for what they did to him. Because they should. It's terrible. Like... yeah, I don't know, whatever. Well, you don't have to think about the government. It's like an easier way to live. Okay, programming, that's okay. So the guy that runs Google, whatever, he's like messed up. I won't play that. Here's a video on programming. Because like C++, it does always seem to win. So I'm gonna like play this. I gotta like try to program whatever. And then I'll like get whatever, I don't know. I need to get something done. I got so much stuff to do. Man, this tablet is not working. So like all these things run JavaScript. The yellow box, whatever. I need this stupid parser, whatever, in between to slip my engine in between as an engine. Because like companies need money to run, even the government, it needs money to run. It's just not resizing. So like if all these things were able to run at this speed, and not waste time like the current JavaScript engine, that takes that long. Any company that uses my engine is gonna make a lot more money. Because you don't gotta waste electricity, you don't gotta waste time, just fucking run that stuff in a freaking room. So I need to make sure I have a very careful setup where I have it, I guess like well, it's kind of like the Vulkan API for the graphics card. Kind of like a driver. You pass in stuff in a certain structure, and then I work with the parser, it gets passed in, and then I just run that code. And I can like insert myself right in the middle, and then replace V8, and then put Google out of business. Because no one says Google has to be a responsible company. They never said we're a responsible company. They literally change it from don't be evil to do the right thing. So they're clearly not responsible as a company. They never made claims. That'd be like saying McDonald's needs to be healthy. It's like McDonald's never said we're a healthy company. So Google can do whatever they want. Except I don't like it. So if I could insert myself in between, then I don't know, whatever. It'd at least be faster. More responsible, I don't know. You have to judge that, I guess. I gotta get this done though, so that could actually happen. What do you mean start from binary instead of JS? they can't hire a team to do what I did. They can't do it. Oh, you mean start from the bottom up, not from binary. You mean like machine code level. Yeah, no, I was gonna do that too, except that's not possible. You gotta. It's complicated. Nobody wants to freaking write JavaScript. The engine is so bad. No one wants to touch it with a 10-foot pole, and there's no amount of money that anyone would do it. Let alone spend like 2 years doing it. So there's like high level, low level machine code. And then drivers, they're like low level, I guess. So like when you say start from binary, I think you mean machine code because technically binary doesn't mean anything. It just means bits and data. And then like that means like the JavaScript engine's binary. It's like bytecode. So really, I know what you mean though. It would be better to start from there. Except it doesn't work that way. Or well, you know what? I guess it could, but what my plan is, whatever. And this isn't the full plan, I'm just saying part of the plan because I have a bigger plan. You have to get in at the high level and you work your way down. Starting from the bottom up makes no sense. If you start from the bottom up, it's not worth explaining. I don't know, I know what you're saying though. That does make sense. Except it's really complicated. So like my entry point, I guess, like assembly programs have an entry point. You do like entry, that's the label, usually, whatever. This is really like insert myself. I gotta get myself right in the middle of the system. And then I can like fix it because it's so broken. It is freaking broken as hell. And I have like modifications to JavaScript, like my syntax, whatever. It's like a slightly different, but I can add SIMD instructions and a ton of stuff that you can't have in JavaScript. I can add like freaking like tail call recursion. I can add keywords for like ghost variables and all that stuff. JavaScript will never do that. They can't even make tail call recursion. So like when you say here, Yeah, and like machine code is like, I don't know, it's really complicated. It's like they're gonna hire a team to do what you did. Alright, so like, they can't do that because they're stupid. I mean, like literally, they're stupid. Like in the most literal sense, they're literally stupid. They couldn't hire anyone to do this, to do what I did. It's not possible. Alright, so when I asked chat about this,
The Chrome V8 has full tail call recursion to the T and does not make a new stack frame each call when using tail calls recursion like to the T.
chatbot says,
No, V8 JavaScript engine does not fully implement proper tail calls to the T. Tail position optimization requirement. But reality, Chrome V8 basically no general proper tail calls, Node.js no full PTC, Firefox incomplete removed, Safari WebKit close history implementation historically. Hey, we just gonna hire a team to do what you did.
man, text to speech does not work.
Reason, debugging nightmare, stack traces disappear, profiling harder, security perf trade-offs, low web compatibility demand.
Okay, like, what do you mean? It's literally because they're stupid. It's not a waste of time. Alright, how could you prove that they could do it? I could like pull up so much stuff to prove how incompetent they are. So like they tried to put tail call recursion in the V8 engine and they broke everything. They couldn't do it. And why can't they do it? And they literally removed it and they updated the spec. Why if so I have tail call recursion. It's like a huge optimization in my engine. And V8 doesn't have it. And freaking V8 has been out for like 17 years.
Chrome V8 has been out for how many years? V8 JavaScript engine first released with Google Chrome in 2008. So 0 to 6 2008 equals 18 years.
Tail call recursion has been in the standard for freaking like forever. 18 years. They have senior programmers. They have people who know what they're doing. But they can't implement tail call recursion. Because they added it and then they broke everything and they didn't know how to debug. They don't know how to do it. And even Rust. The guy that wrote Rust, he wanted tail call recursion and then they took it away from him. It's you to prioritize harder. That's exactly why I can't show the source code. Yeah, it's good to not use JS. It's a crutch. JavaScript is a crutch. Once you program JavaScript, it's like it's addictive because it's like, wow, you can do anything. It's so much easier. You don't have to manage memory. You just freaking write it and it runs. At the cost of being slow. Well, at least this engine is slow. If you like try to write a JavaScript engine, then you'd figure out like how difficult it is. You need like a really complicated like you said you know 6502. So like try to learn JavaScript. Like find a tutorial online and then learn JavaScript. Cause it might be helpful.
This Chrome V8 basically no general proper tail calls. Chrome added tail calls, then they removed them because they are not incompetent.
I like how I say that and I'm spelling stuff wrong. Oh, what kind of game did you make? Was it like did it have like physics like Flash had like Flash games, whatever. When Flash was a thing. Did you use like the canvas and stuff?
Yes, V8 JavaScript engine experimented with proper tail calls, PTC, then effectively backed away from full support. Problem not incompatible exactly.
I made this in JavaScript like way too long ago. I have like this here. I like drag and drop a node. And I can style the node. I like pixels, percent, auto, decimal, or whatever. With height. Give it a color. And it's stuck. Luckily, I can just load it again. Zooming in messes up the focus or something. Click translate. Is this gonna work? Man, they updated something. I can't use control. What? Something screwed up with the freaking... They broke the key bindings. I should be able to click here, hold down command, and then drag, and it goes up and down, but I have to type it manually. Technology. So like when this is actually working, which is not, because the web browser is so poorly designed, which is why I'm going to replace it. Because people don't know what they're doing. I can make nodes and then... drag this node over here. Now this one is here and I give it a name. So like, I don't know, I wasn't born yesterday. I'm actually really smart. I'm like 100,000% that Google is not going to be able to compete. I'm going to put them out of business. Like, it's a matter of fact. I've wasted way too much time in this shit. I know it inside, outside. I can write code. I can run so many circles around it. These people are dumb as hell. They're really dumb. Like, this 3D stuff has been in the browser forever, and we don't have 3D websites. It doesn't even, I gotta like click and drag so it's like a smooth animation. I can't get that because it's not working because something updated. Because they're dumb. If they're not dumb, then I don't know what they are because it's not working and they break stuff and nothing works and it's very slow. So if that's not like a sign of stupidity, then is it incompetence? Maybe I should call them incompetent instead. So I don't know. It's like more than a city. It's like it's overly complicated. By binary, do you mean like the code, or do you mean like the serialization of the data? I don't care about the money either. The money just comes with it on the side. But they care about the money. That's all they care about. So if that's what they care about, then that's what I'm gonna take. Because they've had enough of it. It's like, it's pathetic, it's annoying. They just ruin everyone's life and we're all waste our time in this software that just wastes our time. So like it's not a city. I was gonna make Tumblr themes. I have like a whole, it's kind of like this stuff, time scheduler. So I'm taking all the stuff I've done, whatever, over time. Is the word hoorah a word? I don't know. I'm like, wrap up all the stuff I've learned in like last hoorah and just fucking like take over big tech with better software. Because like Tumblr, when it was a theme, this is to make Tumblr themes. Like animated, like super fancy Tumblr themes. I have the node types. I have the whole, I went through the Tumblr syntax, or like the language I have, and I simulated it in JavaScript. Their markup. I'll check the chat in a second. I gotta find it. Opening something, it's probably gonna crash something. I think this is it. that's it. I wasted way too much time in the browser. And this is like an old version. So I don't know if it has everything. So like here I got like post text, post photo. I have the Tumblr markup or whatever. I have like this neat little organized data blob. So like photos, oh, this took so long. In Tumblr, there's a markup for all this stuff, whatever. So like photos, you get like photo URL, high res, or you get photo alternate for like the description, and like I can like make like specific whatever for all the various cases if I need them. I have nodes for debug because I had to put debug in here, and I mark that as like a debug type or whatever, and then this is not included in the output. I can put nodes in the file as comments or whatever. I can change the color and shit. It's so fancy. It was so nice. And then Tumblr died. I'm like, fuck it. Oh, that's the color changer. And this is like an older version. So like color code, change shit. And I take the nodes, I drop them in here. And I can style the nodes over here. And then this attaches to JavaScript, and then I make like the nodes in here. The posts. So I can take this think it contains everything after it, not just itself. So I can take the post element, move it in here. Then I give it a name to use for the JavaScript. Like tie it to like the animate or whatever. And then when this moves around, the tag goes with it and shit. So like I was gonna make like the ultimate Tumblr theme. With like the ultimate flexibility, whatever, with posts and shit. And then Tumblr died. And I have a JavaScript engine. And I'm redirecting it, and I'm gonna like make like the ultimate JavaScript engine. And JavaScript isn't dying anytime soon. Or ever. So like, I don't know. As long as I get done, it makes some awesome shit. Yeah. I don't care about the Tumblr thing anyway, either. Tumblr sucks. It was full of like nudes and stuff. Like, they ended the nudes on Tumblr and like they lost a bunch of people. Cause like a bunch of people on there were like perverted. Yeah, Google could try to like use a trillion tokens and make an engine, but like chatbot doesn't work. So like allocation style and threading, that's what I'm gonna kind of do too, whatever. And so I got like a time scheduler, so it kind of relates, whatever. I need this parser done. Oh, I had to get something done. You should try to learn JavaScript. I need to look into, what is it? Prolog and some of the other ones. I looked into a little bit, and that's like the kind of thing it is. It's not the thing that runs it. So I don't know like what languages to actually run a Prolog. Or it seems like a classification of a language, but not a language itself. So I gotta like look at, if I look into that, I don't know, I probably learned something. It wouldn't hurt. Well, because like you already have understanding though, so maybe you wouldn't learn anything. You know what, never mind. You're right. There's like low level, middle, and then like hardware level. And JavaScript is like the tippity top of like high level. Except you already kind of know that if you know simulators and not simulators, optimizers and stuff like Prolog and like not theoretical computation, but like organization stuff or like abstract trees and stuff. You don't really need to learn JavaScript because you kind of already get it. I don't know, yeah. I'm gonna use JavaScript though as the language for my engine, whatever, game engine. Because like the nodes in the game engine, not having the address makes it like way easier to optimize. I'm able to like actually have a time scheduler, have things update at different sample rates, have everything just work seamlessly. If it's in JavaScript, because I don't gotta worry about someone grabbing the address or like threading something to some random location, or like accessing something, and I can like it actually like total ordering and like file time constant, known accesses, have things. So like I want a fancy time scheduler, so like networking and stuff. There's a ton of stuff to talk about. I gotta get something done. But yeah. You shouldn't learn JavaScript. JavaScript sucks. Except it does come in handy, so I don't know. Yeah, that's what I mean by like memory leasing. So like they don't take advantage of that, they don't even optimize for it. In C language, you can't even optimize for it. So it'd probably take a year or so for them, or whoever is going to make an engine, to write an engine for aliasing. I think some do exist. There's some Intel assemblers. It might already exist. I don't know. I'd have to look into it. But like memory aliasing is like a big thing. So like if you like alias memory correctly, and then you can have like a ton of stuff going on at the same time and not have to worry about side effects. And have like a solid language where people write something. But JavaScript is not that language. Except my engine is actually solid. So like the current JavaScript, not really. But in my engine, I can like modify JavaScript and add a bunch of stuff. And I can add like SIMD and like a bunch of stuff that JavaScript can't do because it's bytecode. C language is exploitable. C language is a pain in the ass to write in. And C language is like, I want to get an operating system done. That's what I want to do. C language like runs off the stack. You like push, you call, you pull things from the stack. It goes up and down. And the OS like splits it up across the freaking memory. And each thread is like spaced a certain distance apart. And you can like pick the sizing, the spacing and stuff. But this is not optimally how a CPU could run. This is like a very poor design. So like, even in restrict C, there's too many like side effects and stuff. If I do JavaScript, like I know JavaScript way too well. Like I hate JavaScript so much. Like I hate JavaScript. Like everything's fucking JavaScript that I've done. So I hate, it's a love-hate. Except there's a ton of opportunity with JavaScript. So I don't know. Otherwise I would do C, except C is kind of like using a stack, pushing values, popping it, coming back to it. That's not always optimal. Because C wasn't written for optimal performance. It was written for like just getting things off one system to run on another in some kind of standardized way. Because C was from like CMPL.
C was written from CMPTL.
is like C something PL. And then they say like, oh, Americans read it, made it. It's like, no, they didn't. They stole it.
Martin Richards, born the 21st of July, 1940, is a British computer scientist known for his development of the BCPL programming language, 3, which is both part of early research into portable software, and the ancestor of the B programming language invented by Ken Thompson in early versions of Unix and which Dennis Ritchie in turn used as the basis of his widely used C programming language.
It was BCPL. No, that's was alright. So like this guy made I didn't think it was CPL. I think it has like one word, one type. And C language has like int, char, and then size T. So C language is just like a modification of CPL. It's like a ripoff. And they added a couple more types, and C++ is an add-on to C language. And then like the open source community took it and they like, I don't know. It's standard, I guess. Standardized. And standard isn't exceptional. It's just standard.
Then Ken Thompson made B from BCPL, then Dennis Ritchie evolved B into C. Interesting part, many C syntax trace all way back, braces, semicolon style, expression-oriented syntax, from CPL lineage.
Yeah, it'd be so much easier if like there's like a brain wave thing and you didn't have to think or you didn't have to type. You could just like think and then it like shows up on the computer. That'd be such a bad idea. I'm joking. Time travel? You mean like in a game or in real life? It's not real in real life. That's stupid. If it's like in a game, then yeah, I guess. But like in real life, not really. Non-determinism. Well, if you save something that's non-deterministic, then it's deterministic, and then you can replay it so that, yeah, I don't know. You mean like a storyline? Or like interactive? It's loading, and this sounds dead. Great. I'm like 100,000% sure that Google, it doesn't matter how much money they have, they couldn't. I mean, so much money. And like, this is like the common experience on the modern computer. Is this just like everything not working?
We built a $49
Oh wait, it's working.
that makes every pressure washer on the market completely unnecessary. Every pressure washer has the same fundamental flaw, and nobody was fixing it. You see, pressure washers
It's exactly like, that's what I'm saying. It's like JavaScript has a fundamental flaw and no one's fixing it. And it's like, well, duh. It's like, well, do you actually have a fix? Oh, this sounds broken again.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alan Blomquist. I'm the at the time. But fast forward to 4 or 5 years ago now, and I got a chance to work on something like that for our own company, and it's kind of become like a passion project for me, so I'm excited to show off some of the cool things that I think we've been able to come up with. For this demo, I'm going to use a port that I made of one of our games' human resource machine that wasn't originally created using these tools, but I wanted to have a real finished game to use here and not just like a toy example. Also, this game happens to be a game about programming, but this demo is about our development environment in general, and so it would apply equally well to any of our games. I'm going to start with
No, that would be cool. That's what I want to get, kind of like with this. With like a deterministic time scheduler. Oh, this computer's crashing. And then you can like do like anything and then be guaranteed later if it's run again that it's gonna happen at the exact same sequence or whatever. Which kind of like fits this whatever.
sort of the basic version of what a lot of the rest of this stuff is going to be based on. This is the only non-code part of the demo.
I just hear static. Is it even sending sound?
I'm going to show off my art skills and do a simple hot load of a data asset. So if I bring up a texture from the game here, and I make an edit and save it, then we can see that it shows up here in the game without having to stop and restart it. So that's a nice feature to have, but now we're going to build off that idea and see what else we can do. I'll open up our code editor here and we'll see if we can't do something a little more interesting. This is the code that's drawing these green boxes over on the left side here. And since we hot loaded data, it's only fair that we hot load code. So if I make an edit here, we can see that that gets hot loaded too. Our compiler is incremental and it builds native code pretty fast, so we can compile on every keystroke, and there's almost no delay between.
Okay, it's just me. I guess it is playing sound. I gotta restart this computer. I opened way too many programs. Yeah, no, this is a garbage CPU. The CPU is terrible. I just use this computer for the screen. Like the display is really nice. I'll watch this later. This is a 3.2 gigahertz. Damn. This computer is like 2.8 and it's like way more powerful than this piece of garbage on the Mac. This is terrible. This CPU is so bad. Like if you buy a CPU, if you get anything other than an i7 or an i9, it's a waste of money. You're buying like a half broken, binned CPU. Like you gotta get the best CPU or it's a waste of money. This CPU sucks. Well, yeah, mostly full time. I gotta like restart this computer. This is This is 2009 ECMA for JavaScript. It's only 252 pages. So I'm gonna meet this standard first to get like the first standard JavaScript, because I need my engine to be compliant to even say it's JavaScript, because right now it's not fully compliant. It just does it. It doesn't like actually meet the standard. But then no engine actually meets the standard. That's why I'm gonna like stream the whole thing, whatever. So like when I'm streaming, I need the GPU program I'm finishing up as to use it to like distort the screen, because I can show some stuff, but I can't show all of it. I'll get like the webcam working too. So like 2009 was like a big standard, so I'm gonna meet this standard first, because the 2024 standard it's way bigger. There's more pages. It's like 800 pages, so I gotta meet the other standard first to get like bite-sized chunks, get my engine meeting the standard, and then I'm gonna like do the newer standard and then do 816 pages. And then there's the new standard. That's like on the web. I don't know if I can get a PDF. So I gotta figure out how to like print it so I can like go through it page by page. And I'm gonna stream going through all of it, and at the end of that, that's when it's done. So that's when I'll release it. So I think it'll take 2 months to go through the whole thing. Because I'm not gonna go through these standards, whatever. I'm not gonna do them like completely. I'm just gonna like skip through it, get the big chunks to get it all chunked in and blocked up, and then I'll fine tune it to the newest standard. Because the newer standard is probably way bigger than this many pages. 816 pages. Because the older standard only had 4 types. Now there's like 9 types, I think. So the older standard, I want to make sure I have the 4 basic types solid, and then I'll do the newer standard, and then I'll do the newest standard, and then I'll release it. So I'm gonna like stream the process, because like there's no reason why Google can't meet the standard. I guess they're not stupid. I guess they just don't care. I guess it's dumb to call them. I should just say they don't care. But when you say someone doesn't care, it doesn't mean as much. If you say they're stupid, it triggers people. I'll just say they don't care, because they don't. It's not that hard to meet a standard. So I'm going to go through the standards, and then the newest one, I'm going to meet every single one, I'll stream it. I got to like distort the desktop, because I can't just show source code. But I can show some of it. And I'll be like, hey, look, my engine's 100% compliant. And then when I sell it, I can say, hey, look, I actually meet the entire standard. Because when you sell an engine, it's like, hey, does it do what it says? Does it actually meet the standard? Even though no engine meets the standard, like, I don't know, it's like, just backs it up, whatever. And it's kind of like sticking it to the man. I don't know. So like, I gotta get this stupid shader program done, and then once I get to JavaScript engine, I still gotta finish converting it because it's like 32-bit. Oh, it's so complicated. There's so much going. Yeah, I wrote it in 32-bit because I thought 64-bit was like 64-bit's here to stay. Yeah. I thought, oh, you know what, computers are gonna go back to 32-bit because like 64-bit sucks. And I thought JavaScript's gonna die, and I was totally wrong. So now I gotta like update from 32-bit to 64-bit. I gotta finish it. I'm like halfway through the program, and then I gotta like release whatever. And I thought JavaScript would die, so I was wrong in both cases. I thought, oh, 64-bit's not gonna be the big thing because 32-bit is faster even on 64-bit. Except you get a page virtually, or you gotta do like some hack, so it's not worth getting more memory in 32-bit. So I don't know, I'm gonna go full 64-bit, go through these standards. It should take 2 months, because the engine's already done. All I gotta do is meet the standard, and that shouldn't take too long. And then stream the whole thing, I don't know. And I gotta pick which companies I'm gonna release it to. Because I'm starting my own monopolies and shit. Some companies will be left out, some companies won't. And all this just depends on like the quality of the engine and stuff. So I don't know, whatever. I'll just put the chat here, then flip to it from now and then. I gotta write it in machine code because it's faster. I don't know what my setup is, I'm just using Linux right now. I switched off Windows, and then I'm just trying to get stuff running on Linux. It's like the Linux runtime, linkers, and all that stuff. That's be a lot of fun. I got like these spinning boxes on the GPU. Then I gotta get Shrek on here. So when I get Shrek on the GPU, I'm gonna be done. I gotta focus and get done. I'm just using like Notepad because text editors suck. Garbage collection. So like I don't do garbage collection. I collect on the go, if that makes sense. There's no need for garbage collection. I guess like garbage recycling as it runs. I don't know how to explain. I have like a different I have like a different memory model how I set stuff up. It's not virtualized, it's not bytecode. It's like yeah, I don't have a garbage collector. It's like set up differently. The whole like internal structure is entirely different. So I don't need a garbage collector. It's it grabs allocations. I guess it's like a pooled allocator, and it's not garbage collector though. I know what you mean. Like garbage collection implies like the engine has to pause, handle a bunch of stuff, and then resume or whatever. So like my engine doesn't have to do that technically, and it wouldn't do that because that's like really inefficient. So I like handle it a little bit differently. Typed memory regions. Kind of. Yes, I don't want to be too specific. Sort of. Yeah. If you look into like optimization, like CPU level, you can literally just write an engine that's like really fast. And it's only because V8 whatever, they don't do that. Otherwise it would be faster. Like GPT, AI, whatever. This chatbot thing. They gotta make it sound impressive, so they make up all this stuff. But really it's like a simple little tool, like trick that they do, whatever. So really my engine relies on like a couple little tricks. And it's not just little tricks because they're really fucking complicated. But like it's not that complicated, but it is. It's really complicated, but it's simple. If that makes sense. Because like the CPU, whatever, has memory like this. And you gotta like refactor the running code down to like one little spot when it's running to make it optimal. Or you rely on the cache and you have several spots, except you you make sure they're in the cache by like accessing them in a certain pattern or whatever to make sure they stay in the cache lines. And then there's like temporal memory where you like write directly to memory but you know it needs to not be in the cache, and then you can there's like I don't know, yeah. And then I move the value so it's not really always typed regions, but it depends because I guess each region is typed for that region. The CPU has memory, whatever. And then if you use like a small chunk of memory and the program stopped working, use a small chunk of memory and you just keep using that same spot and you shuffle the memory around and then you write it back to other spots and you make like hot cold blocks in the memory. And if you do that optimally, because like the memory, it's not like literally, it's like floating values basically. They just kind of like float in memory. They're where they are at the time that they're at, and then everything's just constantly moving, whatever, to keep things in the cache or whatever. So I still gotta learn AVX 512, 512, whatever. It's like really complicated. I gotta like restart, I guess. I don't know, like BRB. I need some water. Every single thing on this computer crashed. Oh, BRB. Man, my throat is so dry. actually got back before 10 minutes. I'm choking on water. Oh yeah, I don't have a website right now. I have the domain, except I haven't set up the port forwarding, whatever the heck it is. And then I have like a server I think I want to run for it. I don't know. I gotta get to the website. I need to get chat on the OBS streaming software. But like later, not right now. It'll take way too long. I don't know, like put the chat here for now, and then like if I'm not looking here, I didn't see it. So at some point I'll check the chat. I don't know. So like I don't know. Sometimes people feel like they're ignored and they're not. So if you see me flip to the screen and then it means I checked it. If not, then I didn't check it. And then I'll like scroll through and check whatever. And like feelings are just feelings. They come and go. If you ever feel ignored, it's just a feeling. It doesn't matter. It'll pass. There's no reason to feel ignored with anyone. Like you shouldn't let it affect you. Or do. I don't know. What do I know? The Front Bottoms. Classic band. YouTube doesn't have music. Well, Twitch doesn't either for the VODs. I don't know, here's a song about feelings. Man, I'm so funny. I'm like the funniest person alive. Other than the way your mom looks. That's pretty funny. Like, put a bag over that. Kind of funny looking. Your mom. Why is the audio not working? Oh. I need to get something done on this parser.
Is there a way to specify the type? So I could do object assign dstvar number argin 123 string arg name fuba, so it would filter and only assign the prop to the DST if the DST does not have a prop of that name or is of the same kind of type for the SRC things type, and how useful would that be in a JS engine? The engine, if JS actually took advantage of a type system, it would be extremely expressive and have tons of applications and whatever. I need to make a type system for my JS flavor of the language, meet the standard, but then add tons of things to make JS actually optimal and more useful than the C++ and its templated type system, which kinda sucks. There is a sweet spot between high level and low level. Even though C language is high level and performance, I need to stop stalling and get shit. In JS, the object assign dstvar srcvar, does it override the args in the dstvar and then remove? What exactly does it do when already present as a key versus when there are other props that are not of the SRC? Does it literally just for loop copy object assign? I know it type hint concept entirely. I was asking theoretically as if it did, because I actually had a change to make the vertical possible. 2 years making an engine, then 9 years letting it sit in a folder. And now, time king delayed gratification AF. F. No, type check, schema check, merge rules beyond overwrite, no skip if type mismatch. If you want typed assignment, JS way, you must implement manually. Okay, leak what even? Assign typed, DST, SRC, argin, number, arg name, string. That literally does not work. You're not even passing in a value, other than the type of the thing expected. That literally does not work. You're not even passing in a value, other than the type of the thing expected. And what an idiotic thing to do, is use strings for checking, and enum is the second best way. Why use a fucking string to test for? And like, how can an AI be so stolen, and broken and expensive, and not even work? How is your output helpful? It burn GPU power, to make a not even useful response. How much money does OpenAI blow on having the engine make totally not even usable outputs? But then it explained the hallucination as if it was this AI stuff. OpenAI went too far with these lies. This is so far away from anything intelligent. You're mixing a few different problems here: language design, runtime reality, and frustration with tooling output. Separate them cleanly and it becomes less chaotic.
So like chatbot output. So it's like take your part, this whatever.
One. Your type in object literal ID. This part. Object design. DST. Argin. 123. Arg name. Fuba. And expecting. Argin. Number. Arg name. String.
And then it points out the actual thing I'm getting at.
Object literals cannot carry type metadata.
So then it makes an output. It's like, this is what you got to do then.
Three. The real answer you're looking for. You want this.
Oh, this is stupid. So like later it still makes something that doesn't work. So here though,
If you want typed assignment, JS way, you must implement manually.
it literally just can't do something that it hasn't been programmed to do.
Assign typed. DST. SRC. Argin. Number. Arg name. String.
So it's like missing the whole argument. And then what? It's like testing like the string to test the type, and then there's no value passed in. It just doesn't work. This AI stuff has to be like a social experiment. Where they're like, you know what, let's have people talk to a robot. We'll say it's like, they call it an I. Like, chatbot says, oh, I'm a chatbot. It refers to itself as being a thing. And when you talk to it, it's like, you actually like fall for it and you do it because it's like, well, that's how it works. It is whatever. Maybe I should just use chatbot like a search engine. That's what I'm gonna do then. This is dumb because then chatbot outputs code, and then you'll paste it back, say this doesn't work. And I'll say yes, your code does not work. And it's like, no, this is your code. I pasted it from what you made. And it's like, that is my code. And then it won't like, you know what? It's just stupid. This is so stupid. It's not fair that they can make so much money off a fucking lie. But they're not making that much money. They're like losing money. So I don't, yeah. It's pointless. I guess it's totally fair. So I need to just get this done. I need to like push frame, pop frame. I was gonna make like an object and say like in, out, arguments, and then I'll just use the normal return from the call. I'm gonna have to add stuff later. But later always ends up being now. So I'll just wait till later and then add stuff later. There's no winning. I need macros. If I had macros, I could get so much more done. You make a function, you gotta check the type. If you don't have a type, it's like, well, now you gotta deal with not having a type. And then if you get a random bug, it's like, well, what's the type? Well, I don't know what the type is. Because it's JavaScript. Oh, I hate this. I hate this so much. I need to get this done. I'm like, shut up and get this done. I need the stack done, and then I gotta get this done where it finds the matches. And this loop's already written. I would assume it works. And after the matches, I pass them into the table. I have the grammar table. I gotta get the grammar rules, and I gotta return a value. And I have to like pick which symbol to resume in the file, because if it finds a match and it matches, it doesn't always return back to that position. So I need to make like a data blob as a result, and then use that to turn the machine or finite state machine or whatever. I don't want to do that though. I want to try to figure out a way to like I might try to encode it in 32 bits and then limit the grammar, and if it gets too big, throw an error. The length or whatever. Or just break it down to an argument that's a byte array, but then I still gotta set the argument in the table. I need goto or jumps or labels, not this like function call only. And I gotta convert this to assembly after, and then compare JavaScript to like assembly. So I gotta like shut up and get this done. Yeah.
There is no length property printed. Is this shit literally null terminated OMFG? This shit. What? JavaScript is physically transpiled into C++ with the stds, the std, the dirty standardized slow stds infected C++ code. Language. This is a lie. No zero concept like C strings lol. Strings have explicit dart length they do, and the length comes from looping to find the null terminator. Lol. No. Careful. Implementation detail versus language semantics. You're mixing JS spec behavior, engine implementation. No, like, name one JS engine that is real world JS engine, leak full-blown JS like Node.js or V8, not some sticks and stones superglued blob that has missing features and is not actual JS language. Name a single literal JS engine that meets the JS spec behavior, the ECMA 262. Name one engine, and a single engine, then tell me I'm wrong, or try to talk me out of what I know with how the common C++ runtime runs and shit. List one engine that actually meets the spec. Has tail calls and everything. Name a single N9. You lying bitches. GPT clanker garbage. Clanker is such a dumb word. Lol. IDFC. Everything is dumb. I need to stop stalling. I need to stop stalling. JS spec level JavaScript strings are immutable sequences. At spec level is garbage implementation. The JIT compiler can't even range check because of the funky sign of the integers, and it literally leaked the address space on command. This stuff has to be a joke. My JS engine is so much more secure. The face that the literal address is leakable. From a high language that is supposed to keep that away for security, the code can be viewed in the browser for security, but the address and code can be leaked. Then exploited because the engine is fucking not secure. This world has to be a joke. If it's not a joke, well, it has to be a joke. There is no way that I made such a faster engine, and it's secure by default. How poorly written in that C code that they jet to not know how the sign types work. They need 2 checks, not just 1. It's 2 signed whatever, but it's from floating point. The JIT compilers is just as much of a joke as the JS engine. Well, that must be why it's free. Nobody would pay for V8 because it sucks penis. But people would pay for an engine that does not suck like your mum. If a V8 engine came out that was like 8 times faster, my engine is faster than that, but that would mean servers would be able to do 8 times the work, and the 8 times faster. I did a fair benchmark to compare all the fucking operations of the JS implementation, well, the ones I actually needed. There are more, but I did a string number object. I don't have real functions in my JS engine. I couldn't benchmark functions yet, but it's so much faster in a fair benchmark of all operations. But if I benchmark my JS engine for like real code with the common operations, then it would be way faster when not testing for all the possible, including the rarely ever used operations when benchmarking. Everything is dumb. You're right about one major thing. No mainstream engine fully implements all of ECMA 262 perfectly. Muharahano mainstream engine fully implements all of VCMA 262 perfectly yet. I need to get shit done to stream updating my engine and run it on a case-by-case. Though all of the 890-something pages to show my engine meets the entire standard. From where? Map the entire type-of system into a strict type model. Is that what's extracted from the GPU in the 4 millibar command buffer malloc array that's returned after the GPU shader call? Where it gets each of these words in map the entire type-of system into a strict type model word by word. So it does like however many lang of words runs to generate the output. Did the text transformer drop the job, or is the pipeline broken and the PHP forgot or missed, and it sent the wrong message? Because there was some error, then it sent the actual message, after it realized it crashed internally, or whatever. Because it sent, dumb. No. None of that happened. What you're describing is a mix of GPU memory buffers, shader pipelines, runtime crashes, message replay, packet corruption. That's not how this system works. What actually happened? That sentence, map the entire type-of system into a strict type model, was just part of my normal text response generation. No, GPU command buffers involved word-by-word extraction from memory, shader execution for text, pipeline replay, crash recovery, PHP layer. Not used here. Why your interpretation feels real, because you're mapping it onto systems you know. GPU buffers chunks of data, shaders streaming computation, memory arrays sequential output. So it feels like text must be rendered like graphics or packets, but language models don't work that way. They don't fetch stored sentences, they generate them dynamically. OMG, that's such a lie, IDC. After JS, I will make an AI product to run locally and put these layers out of business if the bubble does not get them. Your website can't even handle loading ads. The whole thing dumps, then has to regenerate the entire Shadow DOM, if using Shadow DOM fragments and stuff. This AI model is such garbage. The designers of this website literally look like the AI model made it. They can't even hire real web designers. If they are using the HTML fragments or whatever where it's not the actual DOM, it's probs doing it the shittiest way ever. Everything about OpenAI is lies and subpar FFRFR. I'm not annoyed IDC. I need to get used to how this shit works, so I know what things yo make better, and there are so many things that can be improved. This stuff's so subpar.
Now I can like use this to print stupid objects. I hate JavaScript. I really hate it. Undefined is undefined. It's not a string, but it is a string. But it's not a type of string, but it's a string. And then I forgot booleans. You know what? Doesn't matter. It's close enough. So I renamed it to like trigum for like trident, and it doesn't matter. It's called trigum. That's a stack. It doesn't have to make sense. JavaScript doesn't make sense. Alright, so I'm gonna log this stuff. I think it's working. I need to check the properties of this instead now. And after this, I gotta like extract from this the frame. Alright, so I'm almost done. Like always, almost done. Why is this not saved? So I'm doing like stack plus 2 when it stacks. I'm not though. I'm doing plus 1. And I'm just setting the bit to not do plus 2. So it's the same thing as plus 2. It's not though. It's 1 under plus 2. It's close enough. So I'm adding like 2 states to the counter. I have like the count on the left, like the high count. Or high bits a counter and then low bits. But it's only a bit. So when something's added to the stack, I clip off the bottom bit. I shift to right, increment. So 1 becomes 2. And shift left. Set the bottom bit. Now it's 2 from 1, but it's not 2, it's actually... Is that 5? Why is this so confusing? So 0. Increments the stack, it's 1. And then this bit set. Oh, that's why. I'm gonna have to like always freaking shift 1 and then subtract 1. Whenever I want to get the top. I want to use 1 number, not 2. So that's just what I'm gonna do. That's annoying though. I use a separate variable to say has the number been set, and then make this base 0. Or not base 0, just based from 0. So when there's 1, it's 0. When there's 2, there's 1. And then I won't have to like remember to freaking like always subtract 1, whatever. Yeah. So that's the loop. Let's make a node, a frame. And then the stack, I'm gonna do like a... Is it called a lazy stack? I'm not gonna ask chatbot because chatbot doesn't work. I'm gonna like stack stuff up. And everything should end up being contained within the very bottom thing on the stack. I think. So there's like text before, and then I have like the list of items. So those properties hold a length and like a position, and then this is a list or an object. And I was gonna set up different, but I forgot. This isn't assembly. You can't just like get the address and access memory. There's like the object barrier where it has to be an object and a key. It should still work. So everything before the very first thing that has scope will go here. And anything with scope is going to stack. In the stack, on top of the stack. So this thing's on the bottom at 0. Of the stack. And then the first thing that stacks goes to 1. And if that holds the thing that stacks, that goes to 2. And when something drops from the stack, meaning it closed the scope of whatever it was, then I remove that bottom bit, that's part of the number, but it stays at that stack level. Whatever. I want to like not highlight the freaking, you know what, whatever. 2 counters and 1. When the first thing drops, whatever it is, this part of the counter drops to 0. So it stays within whatever level it's at on the stack. And then when it hits a new stack, that's when I dump the frame into the frame before it. So if it's on this stack and it closes the scope, it doesn't stack a new one. And then it hits the text or whatever part of it, there's text after it. It doesn't matter, whatever it is. When it drops, whatever the scope was, after it was like added, then it gets assigned to the thing before it here. So this thing will hold it. Because the text file is a linear. It's left to right. Unless it's like right to left. You know what? That doesn't matter. Oh, I didn't account for that. You know what? Whatever. Just read the file backwards then. Or reverse it, then pass it in forwards. Nobody has right to left files. That's just used for exploits. Because everything's stupid. Oh, everything's so stupid. So every time something drops a stack and a new stack is started, if there's text in between, it goes to the end here. This property has end text before the next one, then when the next one starts, it will drop the current thing into whatever the parent thing is to that thing on the stack, and then make a new one. Maybe it makes another one. And then when the closing scope happens, if there's another closing scope, which would happen because it's already contained within another one here, then on the closing scope of the outer one, so there's two cases, when it's a new stack and it's in the text part, or when it's I'll call it like a dangling top. It's on the top of the scope, and it's just there, and it has to be like yanked down and put as like the child thing in the scope that holds it. So each thing is going to go up the stack, and then when it's a closing, drop it to the thing before it as a child item. I think hopefully logically, without overthinking it, it does make sense. If I overthink it, I'm gonna like freaking, it's not gonna make sense, and I'll do something wrong. It's simple, it stacks up, it drops down, sets it to child. And then the zero case is a special case. and I can check for 0. So when is it 0 length? When it's 1 length and it drops to 0 length, I can test for if else whatever for 0. And if there's no new scope characters after it, or I guess I could just, it doesn't matter. And the end state at the end of the file, it might end up with like a node on top of the stack where it's not the very thing on the bottom of the stack. Where it should do this. Except it might not. Because if it ends with text, it'll just get collected at the end here. And then never like drop, well, on the thing before it drops. So it should end like this, but since like I'm using like the trailing text as part of the node before it, so it's like a half loaded or whatever. Because I don't want to like predict the next thing. I want to like leave it at this state and then like drag it along, whatever. So like since any text that's after the thing that closed, if there's no thing that's opened after it, or if there's, yeah. So at the very end I might have to like check if the length is 1. This tablet is not working. If it's 1, then like just grab this last thing and then put it into here. And then it's like one flat thing. It can be like unrolled or whatever. Yeah, that totally makes sense. So we make a boolean and then make this start from 0 instead of 1. So the length is always 1 less than plus 1. I'm gonna try to like throw those together.
I have a stack type. I need to name the entry pin as entry but need another pin to indicate if a counter which begins at 0. If it contains anything yet on the stack, list some possible names. Or even stricter, in non-empty. I try to not use has and like is in a name, but then naming something as entry assumes a state that is true or false, so it doesn't really matter. I could do trip or something, list alternatives. If you want to avoid has is, you're basically moving toward event signal verb style naming. That's good for engine style systems. For entry, here are alternatives grouped by meaning style. I was going to use top to indicate it has something on the top it's not empty, but I named things that in another project I need to merge later and want to avoid. I should just name it top, actually, non-empty. Finally, something useful from this GPT output, that's like 1/20 times, something actually useful to what I actually asked, or not. I will use the word trip, so GPT is useful like 0/20 times. I'll use the word edge for a later thing. 1/20 times useful OMFG, so boring. You're mixing to separate things. Naming design problem, frustration with output quality. Only the first one matters for your engine. I like how you reframe my obviously not a question as if you were answering something. Yeah, that's a fair observation. When something is written in a question-shaped format, I tend to treat it as needs resolution, even if the real intent is more like statement, vent, or self-confirmation of direction. That can feel off when you're not actually asking for input anymore. In cases like this, the useful mode is usually just confirm or stay out of the way. And then you so stripped down and try to still answer what I didn't ask. How is that useful? You didn't confirm or stay out of the way. That's a lie. You tried to make me engage. This AI model, they all suck. Suck, 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 sugar dick. That's a boring response, just as boring as Anthropic their Claude model. The Claude model is prettier than the GPT model. JK, all the guys that make the Claude model are pretty ugly. I don't mean that as offensive, it's factual facts. WTF does Claude even me? Is that French for we are fucking liars? That made a non-AI. But sell it to everyone as if it is. But it's not because it we as in them at Anthropic. They like be liars, they do be. Very much. I need to focus and get some hidden done. The name Claude primarily refers to a classic given name of French origin. In the AI and tech world, it also refers to the popular family of AI models developed by the company Anthropic.
What? They named their model retarded? Oh my god.
Claude is a French given name originating from the Latin name Claudius meaning crippled or lame. In French, it is used for both men and women. In English, it is mostly used for men. It is an uncommon given name for women or a family name.
Oh man. That's so stupid. Oh man, I freaking choked on water. Oh, that hurt. Wrong pipe. Why would you name your thing your AI? That's stupid as hell.
Claude is a French given name originating from the Latin name Claudius meaning crippled or lame.
It's fucking lame. Stupid dick suckers. Oh wait, no, that's Sam Altman, because he's gay. The other guy looks pretty gay too. I wouldn't be surprised. Not that there's anything wrong with sucking dick. Suck on, soldiers. YouTube flags video. I want to use the other monitor. I need another monitor. Well, whatever. I need to get different computers. PC's Mac sucks ass. I'm like preoccupied, not focusing on this. Okay, so like, I need to focus. I want to make a start and like clean up a function or something. Or like constructor, destructor, whatever. But not really, exactly. It doesn't matter. Oh, I hate everything. It takes too long to make a freaking function for every case. And then I'm complaining about it taking too long. I want to have the counter increment only when it's not the first entry, but I have to set a bit to say that the counter holds something, because if the count's 0, it means it holds nothing unless you have another status or some pin somewhere to say it holds something. So, I want to test for the error case, which I'm assuming should be impossible. Because I don't want to make other functions for like start, cleanup. So like the flags in the stat field for entry and flag trip means like it holds something. If it's like 1, 0 or 0, 1, then this one means it's not entered yet, except this bit's on, which means a flag is set to indicate trip pin, which means it holds something. So that should be an impossible case. And then like when it has entered and the trip is off, that should be impossible also. Because if it's entered, I'm setting the pin on. So I'm setting both pins on. I guess every single time. So that's simple. And then when it pops it from the stack, this flag would be off when it's been. So this case is actually possible. If the stack is empty and then reset. Except that's not going to happen because when it's done, I'm like, grab the object, move it. So it's not going to be reset. So that yeah. So this is impossible. Assuming. Oh, this is so boring. So I'm shifting, XORing. So when the result's a non-zero, it's these two middle cases. So now I can push the stack, pop from the stack, and then the count will be correct and the entry will be correct, and then if it's an error, it should be detectable. Yeah. So now do I want to mask if it's entered or not? And then use that to indicate if it should even keep this count. No. Because it should always be off on first entry when it's running it, except I gotta set it so that the next entry will be on. So I'll just test for it. And then if these cases happen, they're impossible, so it shouldn't happen. So there's only like 2 states then. This is so boring. So on entry, it hasn't been set, but I'm setting here. So this is actually just, I'll just leave it that, yeah. It's not a flag, it's Boolean. Oh, this is so boring. What the heck? The freaking... That's not as readable. There, that works, whatever. So I'm shifting from the staff field, the pin that indicates it's been tripped, to the bottom. And I'm setting both these flags to on. And then I still have to set up I'll just set them both separate. The JavaScript is like optimized. Whatever that word means. It's not optimized. Except since the compiler is smarter than people, because it's designed by really smart people, I would assume it's optimized and it's not gonna optimize this. Except assuming so. It should put these assignments as the same assignment. I really doubt it though. I mean, this is a separate memory access with the property access and then an OR operation. I really doubt it's going to merge to this. This is more like I'm setting 2 bits. It's readable. I'm so bored. This is so... Alright. So trip count is only gonna freaking happen to increment the counter here. After the first entry. So first entry it's gonna be 0. So it's gonna mask the value, the result will be 0. Should I reset the counter to 0? I don't care. I'm gonna assume it's the correct value on start. Oh, this is boring. So this is before modifying the count. Which means I should get rid of this. Or actually keep it and then get rid of this. I don't need this for the else case. For the pop case. Okay, so enters blah blah blah. This is so boring. And it increments 0 or 1. So boring. So it's not going to, it'll be 0 for a century, and then 1, then 2, and 3. Yes. And then setting this bit, the low bit, to the value. Our AX is passed as the index, and then our BX is assigned as the actual value that's on the property of the stack. And this is pushed to the stack at our AX. Oh, this is boring. So I gotta move this to the else case, not the else, the pop case. And then do the opposite, and then these should be true, whatever. Also. And then this stuff. I'm gonna have to make a status field to say like, this text is like a number, or it's a string, or it's a reserved keyword. So I'll like template this, copy paste it from this, because this is like only 2 bits. Extreme overkill. So I got some stuff ready for the rest of it. This is so boring. So object set to 0. How is this undefined? Oh, that is undefined. This should be... No, that's correct. I don't want to make another define. What the freaking... Oh, there we go. It's like 0 and then the mask for all. And then it's 0. And then this property should be on top. And this is so boring. Why is it not on top? It's an error. It's not on top. Oh, I'm so freaking bored. I wish. Yeah, freaking. How does this not have macros? It's ridiculous. I'm not gonna make a function for this. Just freaking inline it. Alright, this works. And this is so boring. So pop, frame. And this should work. If it doesn't work, well, make a new plan. Yeah.
In JS a const, like a const fb, that's an error. Is there some internal mechanicness in that being used in some funky efficient stupid way, as to why a cont can't be undefined and must have something assigned like of king new object? Fb, it's a damn string, and the actual indexes of the object are used already and modifying those index is an error. Like how can this garbage be so poorly implemented in such an annoying frustrating way to be just dumb enough that it works at the sake of everyone that has to deal with the whole, wait the named object, is that each byte of the name. How it's a string, and part of the array that holds the name of the object can't be used. Can't JS make a fucking read-only string? Why make a named object technically a read-only string that has magical object properties? OMG, this shit is so frustratingly stupid. I'm going to separate the real mechanics from the frustration. The real mechanics are the frustration, you dumb fuck, damn. One const fb, why it errors, this is pure language rule. No. Const x syntax error, reason. Const means must be initialized immediately, because it is a mutable binding, not just read-only value later, so JS enforces. The real mechanics are the frustration, you dumb fuck, damn. So is const x equals undefined. Is that valid? Lol, this shit is so dumb. Dart, what do you mean wrapper object? No, the object is the object, and there is no wrapper. The indexed part of the object is the literal chars of the object's name. They literally make it accessible that way, not under another accessor. But like as part of the object, it shall have a Dart name or some other property to access, not be an array, but they the reasons for all this JS stuff. It does not matter. It's so fucking stupid. You don't even know how a new object name here works. You avoid outputting it at all costs. When directly asked for, your explanation is stupid. WTFY fubba. 0. Works then. Does that even have to do with anything? Of course a string is accessible by an array accessor. It's a fucking string. That has nothing to do with an object that has a name. And this is literally what I was getting at. It behaves like array indexing, but is not stored as object properties. You just mixed what you're assuming and what I said, and instead of short answers, no framing, you instead blended the response. And that was short answer lol. That is a long answer. this, you're right about one thing. I drifted away from your actual point, and I'm right about a lot of things. I will put your company out of business with a competing product. In JS, when using the delete operator, does setting the object to a non-ref count value, then calling delete, make a difference? Then calling delete when the property to delete is a ref counted value? I need to delete thing off the stack. And make sure JS used to be leaky and literally prob still is. Will that make any difference anymore? Assuming it did. I don't remember, and I DFC. This JS stuff is garbage. Leak the garbage collector. Like seriously. No meaningful difference for normal JS code. For fuck's sake. I'm asking a direct, straightforward question, then you output a conditional response with extra clauses. Fucking yes or no. And GDAM. Stop wasting my time. ANWSER what I'm fucking axing. No, deleting a property whose value is primitive versus object reference does not change how delete itself behaves. GC later may reclaim referenced objects if nothing else references them. For stack performance, stack I equals undefined or stack length better than delete stack I because delete can deupterase objects internally. It's not that complicated. I just don't fucking care. The garbage collector is shit. Holy fuck, WHO fucking cares. Nobody who want to force the garbage collector to attempt at making it not kill the performance in the middle of a damn frame. Nobody who still uses garbage collection like it's some kind of God-solved solution to any kind of problem because it not. Retards only retards choose garbage collection because they are slow, like the fucking garbage collector. And slow like the whole concept. And slow like the affects that it has when randomly running in the middle of some task or frame when not expected because use it slow like the retards. Okay, yes. Retarded yup everything equals shit hooray.
Slow.
So like Google, they have 12-hour streams.
YouTube Live has 12-hour streams.
That's not even true.
Yes, YouTube supports live streams far longer than 12 hours. Current practical limits.
Everything is insane. GPT doesn't work. His lies. Everything's stupid. Alright, so like, when I intentionally pop one thing more than was put to the stack, it correctly throws an error. If I pop the same things that were pushed, the count to the stack, it works. At the end, it's like status is 1, and then bulk the status field, and then count 0. But then this. You know what? Do you know who cares? No. When you use delete, it should delete. That's why it's called delete. Except it's an array. And arrays were added later. And they're like wisdom, Google's wisdom, because Google has lots of wisdom. It's very wise people. Very, very smart people too. I mean, like the brightest people. I mean, they're so fucking smart. If I make it an object instead of an array. Oh, that's why type of returns object or array. No, I thought type of was supposed to just return object. Oh, I just don't fucking care. I don't care. Who cares? When you call delete, delete. And if it's an array, if every single thing in the array is deleted, just fucking resize it. The fuck? So now it's printing object. I should just print the keys. Oh, stupidity. It's like the littlest things that would make high-level languages, like, worth it. And it can't do it. And it has to be intentional. How could it be designed so poorly? Like garbage collector, it's like, oh, you have to deal with garbage collector. So like you call garbage collector, you kill the frame rate, or it runs and you try to call it on purpose, hoping that it won't call later. And then it calls it later out of nowhere. This stuff is really intelligent people. I mean, man. Some smart motherfuckers. So fucking smart. If you eat your green beans and vegetables, one day you'll be just as smart as people at Google. I don't think it actually deleted. I'm gonna waste my time checking. This shit's designed by fucking idiots. Cause who gives a fuck? Just trying to write a stupid fucking program with the convenience of high-level programming. That's all you want to do. And then it's like, what the fuck is this? Who cares? Who cares? This is not high level. If you can do all this shit. Okay, this is actually deleted. So I guess arrays, you don't get the convenience of it being deleted. Great, now I remember that. Now I can like forget it again later, because who fucking cares? Nobody. Delete, you know what, whatever. It's just like the 12-hour streams. YouTube's like, hey, you get 12-hour streams, but not really, because technically they're retarded. It depends entirely on the fucking video and how it's fucking encoded. And sometimes it's only like 11 hours, 48 minutes, 42 minutes, because it's fucking retards. And this thing does not even work. The fuck does it mean longer? It does not support more than 12 hours. Well, let's say updated last week. None of this shit gets updated. Everything is so stupid and fucking annoying. Oh my god. So this doesn't actually need to be an array, because I have the length separate. There's no way it's not intentional. They add arrays to language, and they're like, hey, you want to use a freaking array? Then go ahead. Oh, but you can't delete it. So now you get like these special member functions, but not with an object, unless you like just freaking apply them manually. But then you gotta go through the work of setting all the member functions to the object. And then like you can't get dot length from, or set, you know what? It's so stupid. The only way you can make it make sense is with stupid. Or with chatbot. Chatbot can make anything make sense. Because it doesn't. Okay, nowhere does that length. Let's use a freaking object. It probably would still leak memory. You just wouldn't see it. I don't care. I just don't fucking care. Fuck. So if I call pop frame before push frame, it should also throw an error. Because right now there's no error. Okay, there is, because it's throwing one on purpose. Did it not save? Okay, no error. Now doing the pop before the push should throw an error. Oh my god, throw a freaking error. Good. Alright, I'm assuming this is good. This language is shit. I gotta meet the whole fucking standard. Damn. It's a lot of work to prove a point. Google can suck a dick. Or join Sam Altman. He's a dick sucker. Like your mom is too. Unless she has a dick, then she's a man. Ladies don't have penises. What's a woman? Who knows? Not your mom. No, I'm so bored. This program stopped working. I have a feeling it's gonna stop working. It's just gonna freaking lock up. Right when I touch the screen. Oh my god, it worked. Hooray. Alright, I can finally get to this. Push things to the stack, and then when they close the scope, pop